earned bachelor's degree in 2016 shows that women were awarded over 59% degree in the biological, medical, biomedical sciences, but in mathematics, intense field made up of less than 41%. These statistics demonstrate that women are less likely to pursue math intensive field due to their relatively lower math and science expectations and value in comparison with men. Performance in the context of endorsing a fixed mindset in maths ability, drawing on a broader social cognitive perspective, career pathway encompasses the ability to pursue a career and motivation to employ the ability without being good at maths and science. It is probably difficult to pursue STEM-related jobs. As children age, parents are also likely to become important influence of STEM courses. And career selection. Research shows that youth with peer groups who encourage and endorse or exemplify high maths and science achievements are more likely to take more maths courses and have higher maths and science motivation, and are more likely to see themselves as future scientists. In other words, due to persuasive nation. Of gender stereotypes in STEM. Girls may be more susceptible to peer social influences in this area, which may be detriment if peers are not supporting girls' maths or science interests. Clause. Female, irrespective of maths, extensive STEM fit is a cultural phenomenon brought about by the complex interaction of six underlying factors, which are absolute ability differences. This emerge in early childhood as indiscriminate gender gaps in verbal ability and partial relation, which are evident before kindergarten, and right to evidences in maths ability favoring men are also prevalent during this period. Gender stereotypes and biases. This emerge early, starting with when sex of a fetus is identified, e.g. pink for girls and blue for boys, and affecting parental behavior ranging from wardrobe selection to type purchases. An easy break over career preferences. Potentially it emerges in early childhood as well as it seems to come into play more so in the middle of childhood and adolescence. The older a child becomes, more likely they are to make realistic connections between their interests and career choices, and make deliberate choices to partake in activities that enhance their interests, which may better prepare them for a career in STEM. They are also more vulnerable to changes in school context during this time period, during which interest and fit specific beliefs are more prevalent in middle childhood and adolescence. Although they remain important through post-secondary education as well. Lifestyle preferences. This does not seem to emerge as a leading factor in this underrepresentation of women in adulthood. After women have already chosen a career in STEM, and when the work in STEM begins to cuddle with family formation, child rearing responsibility, children experience in post-secondary education during the graduate and postdoctoral work, and in the workplace, this faculty. Members strive for tenure and become critical deciding factors over whether they consider their careers in STEM to be compatible with the lifestyle values and goals. Field specific ability beliefs. Recent research has shown that individuals are more likely to rate men-dominated field as requiring innate intelligence or brilliance compared to a larger proportion of women. These findings were upheld regardless of whether the field in STEM was STEM or non-STEM interest and belief, but also by the extent of which ingredient intelligence is believed to be needed for success in a career. Recommendation: in order to address the main causes of women's unrepresentation in STEM, the following are practical suggestions for answering the pervasive gender imbalance in STEM field. 1. Focus on ability enhancement, but also interest enhancement. Research should aptitude and interest are equally crucial to determine the career path that individual choose. Girls with higher math achievement and little interest or motivation in pursuing STEM occupations are far likely to obtain a science degree than individuals with average math skills and high interest in science. In particular, it is crucial to cultivate the interest of females who are generally good at math and verbal domains, as they have the talent to succeed in STEM. Furthermore, since females are more likely to prefer careers that allow them to work with people and make different contributions to the society, occupations in math and science should be promoted as compatible with career goals by stressing the more communal aspects of the job. Intervene early to cultivate interest in math and science. Research shows that most people make a future career decision before entering college, that interest in math and science develop as early as middle school. Therefore, the earlier we intervene to cultivate interest, the better for us. Bring no stereotypes about women and STEM. Stereotypes are pervasive through society and can influence beliefs about an individual's strengths and shortcomings, even when evidences of their skills indicate otherwise. These beliefs can influence the way an individual behave, and abilities in addition to the way in which they view things. Therefore, we need to combat negative stereotypes by highlighting the achievements of women and girls in STEM areas. Emphasize effort and hard work instead of talent. A leading factor of women underrepresentation in maths field intensive is the fact that women are less likely to select careers that are perceived to acquire innate intelligence, which are likely to include maths intensive careers. To counter this, educators must stress the importance of effort and hard work in achieving success of maths intensive careers. They also should enforce a growth mindset in girls to increase their understanding and maths ability to cultivate through effort and persistence, and it is not a static or immovable trait. Add more storytelling to STEM learning. Given that girls are more likely than boys to have higher verbal and math skills, girls may get out of science and math lessons if they are thought through the lens of a story. This educational strategy might enable girls and women to retain interest in STEM objects by captivating on the strength of their verbal skills. Learning through storytelling may also increase and engagement with math and science. Scientific narratives provide students with memorable real-life applications for the subject matter that they may increase both male and female interest in identifying as a future student of mathematics. Conclusion. To conclude the general gap in STEM, attention will be made to address the contributory cognitive, motivational, sociocultural factors, primarily by maximizing the number of career options that women perceive as attainable and compatible in their abilities, preferences, and goals. In order to achieve these goals, researchers, practitioners, and policymakers will need to increase their collaboration and communication efforts. This is need to also convey their work to policymakers and practitioners who can put their findings into action by creating initiative of influence to influence the greater cultural sphere at the macro level, or by working directly with females at the macro level to increase their interest in STEM. Finally, with greater contribution amongst stakeholders in the field, gender the gender gap in STEM field should be continued to shrink. Obviously, an opportunity for women and girls to realize their full potential in maths and school should increase. Thank you. The speech on bridging the gender gap of future workforce and developing next generation of STEM practitioners delivered by Engineer Mrs. Fumi Ayike provides valuable lessons and actionable recommendations for addressing the underrepresentation of women in STEM fields. Following lessons can be learned from the speech: importance of early intervention. The speech emphasizes the significance of intervening at the early stage to cultivate our interest in math and science among young women. Interest shows that career decisions are often made before entering college, and fostering interest in STEM subjects during middle school is crucial. Addressing gender stereotypes. Gender stereotypes play a vital role in shaping individual beliefs about their abilities and career choices. The speech highlights the need to break down stereotypes about women in STEM by showcasing the achievement of women and girls in this field. Promoting efforts and growth mindset. Encouraging a growth mindset and emphasizing the importance and efforts in achieving success in math-intensive careers can help counter the perception that such careers require innate intelligence. This approach can empower girls to pursue STEM fields with confidence. Storytelling. Storytelling in STEM education. Incorporating storytelling into STEM learning can help subjects many engage in relatable, particularly for girls who often excel in verbal skills. For presenting real-life applications of STEM concepts through narratives, educators can capture students' interest and encourage them to envision themselves as future scientists and mathematicians. Balance aptitude and interest. The speech underscores the importance of balancing aptitude and interest in guiding career choices. Why high math achievement is essential, captivating genuine interest and motivating for pursuing STEM occupation is equally crucial for success. Encouraging community aspect. STEM careers are often associated with making positive contributions to society. Promoting the community aspect of this career can resonate with girls who prefer occupation. They allow them to work with people and contribute meaningfully to their communities. Long-term perspective. The speech highlights the multifaceted nature of factors contributing to gender representation in STEM, spanning from childhood to adulthood. Addressing these factors requires comprehensive, high long-term approach that begins with early intervention and continues through post-secondary education and beyond. Here are the key call to actions extracted from the speech and tailored to modern times. Promote early engagement. Encourage schools and communities to provide STEM engagement that sparks curiosity from the early age. Create on-earth learning opportunities. Workshops and programs that inspire young girls to explore STEM fields without the limitation of traditional gender roles. Challenge stereotype. Launch campaigns and initiatives that actively challenge gender stereotypes in STEM. Use social media, workshop media to showcase diverse role models, breaking down preconceived notions and biases that discourage girls from pursuing STEM careers. Storytelling in education. Integrate storytelling in STEM education to make complex concepts relatable, develop curriculum that enlighten real-world applications and success stories, facilitating a sense of excitement and relevance for all students. Mentorship and networking. Establish mentorship programs connecting women in STEM with aspiring practitioners. Leverage online platforms and local events to create a supportive community where experienced professionals share insight, advice, and guidance. Advocate for work-life balance. Collaborate with workplaces and institutes to advocate for family-friendly policies, including flexible work arrangements, parental love, and support for caregiving responsibilities. Empower women to pursue STEM careers without compromising their personal lives. Growth mindset emphasis. Embedding a growth mindset approach in STEM education and workplace, promote the idea of success in STEM is achievable through effort, persistence, and continuous learning. Reducing the impact of perceived gender-based limitation. Then another call to action is STEM scholarship and grants. From this speech, we have been encouraged that scholarship and grants should be established specifically to encourage women into science and technology and engineering and mathematics at its STEM fields. Diverse representation. Advocates for representation in STEM fields across media, conferences, industry, and events, like we are doing now, advocating for STEM field across media for women, because that's what we are talking about. Community outreach. Organize community outreach programs and under represented groups in STEM. Partner with local organizations to create accessible opportunities on hands-on learning and exploitation. Policy advocacy. Collaborate with policymakers to implement girl inclusiveness. Yes, collaborate with policymakers to implement gender inclusive policy in education, workplaces, lobby for curriculum updates for that eliminates gender bias and ensure equitable opportunities for girls in STEM education and career paths. Global collaboration. Establish international partnership to share best practices, resources, and strategies for bridging the gender gap in STEM. Collaborate with organizations worldwide to amplify voice efforts and create a unified front for change. Research and data. Support research initiatives focused on understanding the barriers and opportunities of women in STEM. Use data-driven insights to inform evidence-based policies and interventions that drive meaningful progress. And that is that on Engineer Fumi Ayinke speech on STEM, PG STEM for women. Without wasting our time, let us go to the next. Let's go to the next speech for us. Empowerment and equality. Beyonce's graduation address. Beyonce's inspiring graduation address. In a remarkable and outfit address, Beyonce Neolis Keter delivered a powerful graduation speech during YouTube's Dear Class of 2020 visual ceremony on June 17, 2020. The speech is not just a transcript, it is a reimaging that captures our direct styles and employs our exact words. As a third party has taken the liberty to recreate an impactful speech, paying homage to a message of relentless hope and the urgent need for change in the face of diversity. Beyonce's words have never been more relevant, and we aim to share our wisdom and inspiration with the world. Source: Variety News. Ladies and gentlemen, the speech of Beyonce, graduate of class of 2020, I stand before you today in the midst of a world of turmoil. Congratulations to each and every one of you for reaching these momentous milestones in your lives. You have shown incredible strength, determination, and relentlessness in the face of unprecedented challenge. As we embark on this next chapter, I want to address two pressing issues that weigh heavy in our heart: the Black Lives Matter movement and the persistent sexism within the music industry. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge the pain and outrage that has engulfed our nation due to the seamless killing of unarmed black individuals like George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and countless others. Your voices of collective voice for this new generation has risen above the choice to proclaim the Black Lives Matters movement. It has left the entire country searching for answers. I want to commend you for igniting the wheels of change. I want to ignite you for igniting the wheels of change. Real change begins with individuals like you. This new generation of high school and college graduates are you have become of hope in all those trying times. Your commitment to justice, equality is truly inspiring. But it's not just the fight for racial justice that you must address. Entertainment industry too. The music industry has been a part of for so long. It's still very much male to male. Stepped in sexes as as a woman, I've encountered the hurdles, the barriers, and bases that come with it. I had to bet on myself, take that terrifying leap into the unknown and build your own path. The path I forged led me to create my own company, my own masters, my heart, and my future. I had to build my own table because frankly not enough black women had a seat at existing ones. So I built my table and invited the best, those who overlooked outsiders, underdogs, women and men to join me. To the young women, the future leaders of our world, know that you possess the power to make this world turn. Be excellent. Make those power moves. Don't let anyone dictate what brilliance looks like. To the young kings, redefine masculinity. Lead with your heart and remember that there are countless ways to be brilliant. You don't have to conform to anyone's expectations. And those of you who feel different, who belong to the other, remember your uniqueness is beautiful. Embrace your queerness, your blackness, your compassion and your understanding. The fight to those who may come may be different from you. It is a testament of your beauty. It is time. So your time is now. So step up into the spotlight and make them see you. Today we gather to express your achievements, and I want you to remember that your voices matter, your dreams matter, and your actions matter. Together we can create a world where justice, equality, diversity are not just words but the very essence of your existence. Thank you, and may your journey ahead be filled with strength and courage to continue the fight for a better tomorrow. Congratulations, class of 20, you are the future, and the future is yours to shape. From Beyonce's powerful speech, there are several valuable lessons that can be learned. Resilience in adversity. The class of 2020 faced unprecedented challenges, from a global crisis to racial injustice. But this message reminds us that even the most challenging times, we can preserve and achieve our goals. The importance of activism. Beyonce commends the graduates for using their collective voice to support the Black Lives Matter movement. The lesson here is that activism and speaking out against injustice are vital tools in our schools. Gender equality. Beyonce's experience in the male-dominated music industry hides the ongoing issues of gender inequality. Our journey teaches us the importance of breaking down barriers, creating opportunities for women, and building our paths to success. Believe in yourself. Beyonce's journey involved taking risks and betting on herself. This underscores the lessons that believing in your abilities and taking those leaps of faith can lead to personal and professional growth, inclusivity and diversity. She emphasized the value of providing opportunities to those who were overlooked and bringing people from different grounds together. The lesson is that inclusivity and diversity is essential for fostering creativity and progress. Authenticity and individuality. Beyonce encourages graduates to be themselves, authenticity and get authentically and to get social to pressures to confront them. The lesson is that embracing your uniqueness and staying true to your identity is a powerful form of self-expression. Leadership and empathy. A message to young kings encourage them to define masculinity by leading with their heart. The lesson teaches us that leadership builds on empathy, compassion, and emotional interest is a powerful source for change. Building your own path. Beyonce's story of building her own table while she couldn't find a seat teaches us that sometimes you have to crave your path and create your opportunities rather than waiting for them to come to you. Unapologetic self-expression. She encourages everyone to be unapologetic about themselves, especially those who may feel different or marginalized. This lesson reminds us that embracing our uniqueness and staying true to our values can lead to empowerment and acceptance, creating positive change. Beyonce's call to action is a reminder that every person has power to contribute to positive change in the world. Our dedication to showcasing the beauty of black culture teaches us the importance of using our talents and platforms to inspire and educate. Beyonce's powerful speech, delivered in 2020, remains relevant and calls for action in the modern day. Here's a call to action derived from a message: raise your voice for justice. According to Beyonce, she commended the 2020 class for using their collective voice to support the Black Lives Matter movement. In the modern day, we can follow this example as a group of people, alright, by actively advocating for justice and social equality. Whether it is by participating in peaceful protests, engaging in constructive dialogue, raising our voice against injustice is also very crucial. Promote gender equality. Music industry continued gender disparities ends and later Beyonce's call for action. In today's world, this could involve mentorship programs, pay advocacy, and creating safe spaces for women to thrive professionally. Believe in yourselves and take risks. Beyonce's journey of self-belief and risk-taking is a timeless lesson. In the modern day, we should encourage individuals, especially young people, to believe in themselves and take calculated risks in pursuing their dreams and ambitions. They may involve providing mentorship, educational opportunities, or resources for aspiring entrepreneurs. We must redefine masculinity. Beyonce calls people to young kings to lead with their heart to call for redefined masculinity in the modern day. We can encourage men and boys to embrace empathy, emotional intelligence, and compassion as essential qualities of leadership and personal growth. Showcase diverse cultures. Beyonce's dedication to showcasing the beauty of black culture reminds us of the importance of celebrating our culture. In the modern day, we should continue to appreciate and promote cultural diversity through our art, through our dressing, through our education, and through our programs. Then engage in society in positive change. Beyonce's message is a call for each individual to contribute to positive change. We can engage in our activity in our communities, support causes that align with justice and equality, use our platform to amplify unrepresented voice. And with that, we come to the end of Beyonce's address to the class of 2020 on empowerment and equality. Before I proceed, I was informed that I have a question. The question is being directed to me. Special question. Yeah. Let's see.
Yes, once again, ladies and gentlemen, I want to celebrate the efforts of this handsome young man to move ahead and do something worthwhile. And I pray that the sky will not limit him in Jesus' name. I introduced myself before, and I want to introduce myself again. I'm Pastor Gabriel Ayeleso, the President of Compassionate Caregivers. We operate globally, but we are based here in Akure. Yes, my question or request for elucidation from the presenter is based on where he started, bordering on leadership. Oftentimes, we talk about leadership, we blame leaders, particularly in Africa. We blame our leaders so much more that we think that the only liability we have in Africa's sub-region is leadership. But suffice it to say that the leader will be in the office, pen down his dreams in the form of a vision, which translates to policy. But the leader is not going to implement the policies. People will have to implement the policies. And that is why it is often said that leadership is not by individualism, but by collectivism. When a leader fails, the people have failed. But we don't often take cognizance of this. As you make progress, my dear gentlemen, how do we address the challenge of policy implementation and followership? How do we address the challenge of policy implementation and followership? Constituting this audience as we are all seated, I know there will be leaders in various clans and rights, and you definitely will understand what I mean. Channel a vision or a course of action to your subordinates. The failure of that vision or the success, as the case may be, will be on the implementers, the followers, the policy executors. You don't have to be there. You don't have to be there to execute it. So how do we juxtapose policy implementation and followership with leadership? That's my question.
Good afternoon, House. Good afternoon, House. My name is Prince Oshawa Adesina Vincent, the State Coordinator of Coalition of Nigerian Youth on Security and Safety Affairs, Ondo State Chapter. First off, I would like to applaud the person that is trying to break a world record, which I believe he will break it. Because if we don't believe as a collective body, then there's no need for us to just come here and sit down to look at his speeches or listen to his speeches. And I think I will say the honest truth that he has made Ondo State proud, because in the last 3 days he has read speeches that emanate from great speakers, great leaders, and great people of inspiration from all over the world. So I believe that for us that have been listening to him both online and offline, when I mean offline, people that have been coming here, like I myself, we've learned one or two things. But at this minute, the Coalition of Nigerian Youth on Security and Safety Affairs, ably led by the DG, Ademario Emmanuel, and State Advisory Council, Brighton and Affairs, and so many leaders of security agencies across all boards. We have at least minimum of 500 security agencies heavily represented here. If you go downstairs, you understand that they are here in full category, just to cheer up their own son, brother, and friend, Olusa Christopher, in trying to let him understand that you are not just, at this moment, you are no longer a youth like every other person, but now you are recognized as ambassador of youth for the Sunshine State, because this speech marathon is different from every other marathon. It's not cooking, it's not dancing, it's not swimming, it is speech marathon. And for you to speak, we have 5 minutes or 10 minutes interval, an hour or two. without sleeping for 3 days. It takes lots of grace. That's why we are here as a body, that we believe that you can do it. We are here to cheer you up once again. And, this is an interactive session. I won't want to end it without asking a question. That as the name I tagged you for now, Ambassador for Youth for the Sunshine State, in terms of security, somebody that I know that is well versed, not just in research, what do you think you can contribute from your own wealth of experience? What kind of advice do you want to give to we? Because we came as a body. What kind of advice do you want to give to we youths that are piloting the affairs of security and safety of the state? What kind of motivational quote do you think we can work on? What are the bone of contention that you as an individual have been fighting, that okay, these things need to be in place for us to counter or curb violence and crime in Ondo State and in Nigeria at large? Thank you, and God bless you. They said I should recognize Honorable Olushola Moses of Abombe. I don't know why, but I don't know him, but he's amply recognized. I know that name rang a bell during the last electionary process, and I've never met him in person. But today that I meet him, or that I'm opportune to meet you, sir, I will tell you the honest truth that you are a man, a strong man, because you are a core supporter of you. That's the honest truth. Please, a round of applause for him, because it takes somebody that believe in youth as an individual for you to leave your schedule, even though we know you are a very busy man, to come here and sit in person. So I would like to humbly invite you to give a word of encouragement to our dear brother who is trying to break a record, that we believe that we will break a record. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you so much, everyone. My name is Olushola Moses. Bros.
Thank you very much. I want to speak on behalf of Honorable Moses Olushola. My name is Festus. I represent the SynLab Nigeria from Lagos. I wouldn't deceive myself nor deceive Nigerian youth for what I've seen here today, because it's quite a long time that we're talking about Nigerian youths, that we are making headway when they come and leadership role. What I've seen here today, we thanked a long speech marathon by an individual, voice of change, inspiring solution for a better world. A better world has actually not to do with present day, but actually talking about tomorrow. I want to appreciate my brother for what he is doing presently today. He's going to inspire most of us, those potentials that are hidden in us. I'm very sure and certain that this will spring it out for most of us to speak out. Sir, the question that I have for you, or probably a mode of way that you need to throw light for us to understand more things, is that when we're talking about future, you can see that today, most of the youth, we aren't that bookworming again. We've channeled our energy towards another thing entirely. But here today, you are doing a paperwork, presenting to the whole world, not just Ondo State. So as an epitome of knowledge, that want to bring out things that is an individual, even including me, I want to display that. Sir, what and what are you going to include in your speech that you are presenting that's going to motivate we that are listening to you, that tomorrow, that potential that is hidden in us, that the synergy that we're going to get from what you are doing today, we spring it up for the world to also see us. And oncoming generations, because this is going to be documented, your name is going to come forth. People want to search and see that, who is that man. So what is that thing that you're going to include that will bring out the leadership role in us for us to speak? Thank you very much, Honorable Olushola. Thank you for giving me the privilege.
In the light of that, I still want somebody to give at least, even if it's 30 seconds or a minute, Honorable Risbai, our own dear brother, manager of Jaja, more.
Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. And let me speak from the field of entrepreneurship. I've been here for the first time, and this is my second time. And let me also borrow from the law of inertia in physics, that the force required to push, the external force required to push, he has set the ball rolling by that law of inertia. But what I will want to say and encourage you more is, whatever you find your hand doing, do it diligently. What you are doing today is just to encourage others to speak out and to speak more. And it's not all about you speaking by innovation. You have added creativity to it. And you are bringing this to our doorstep here in Ondo State, that we have a lot of youths who have the energy in them to do this. And that is why most of us here, we are here to cheer you up, and we know by the special grace of God, you will break this record and you will sustain this record. And I want to assure you, from the throne, the highest throne of Oduduwa, by special grace of God, after the breaking of this record, we will celebrate you at the house of Oduduwa. God bless you.
Lastly, I would like the DG of CONISA, in person of Ambassador De Mario, to give his own, word of encouragement. Thank you.
Well, my dearest brother, I know this is a journey that has a destination. You've made up your mind to embark on this journey, and you are well prepared for it. We've come to let you know that we've been praying alongside with you, and we've come in persons. Downstairs, just like he said, we have a lot of persons down there that could not climb up. And as you can see, different uniform. That is to tell you, different set of humans from different tribes has come to say you are doing well and you are making Ondo State proud. For me, I don't have question for you. We are waiting for that particular 100 hour. We will celebrate you and the whole world will hear you. Push on. Don't give up. Victory is certain. Thank you. And God bless you.
I want to sincerely appreciate everyone here present at this time. I have been doing this since morning, appreciating, because we've been having different set of people come, go, listen, get inspired, and another set of people come again. Once again, I really appreciate the show of support and the solidarity for this cause, and it really pleases my heart, and I'm sure that my team members too are delighted to have everybody here too. I would like to answer the questions being asked very quickly, so that we can take more questions from our Instagram and our Facebook viewers. Now, the first question, the implementation of policies, the culture, or what we've seen in recent times regarding implementation of policies. The question came in like the government, they drop policies, they make these policies, they pass these policies into laws, and but they are not being implemented. But my own concern, my own response is the implementation of these policies too is also in the hands of this government. Because I believe that for every government, we have different ministries. And for every ministries, we have different agencies that are saddled with responsibilities to serve the people. Now, these responsibilities to serve the people include implementation of policies that are within the duties of their agencies. So if the governor makes a policy and then he sits down and nothing's done, the governor has failed because he has not been able to mobilize and ensure that those agencies in those ministries implement such policies. So you cannot, there's nobody you want to blame about policies not being implemented. Do you want to blame the common citizens that were not even consulted before the policies were being made? So the second question, followership with leadership. Followership and leadership in our country. In as much as we always blame the leaders, we citizens should not forget that we also have roles to play. Our roles, no matter how minimum they might be, they are very vital. For examples, we need to keep our governments to their toes. I've not answered your question, sir. We need to keep our government to their toes. That is one of our roles and responsibilities as followers or as part of citizens. We should keep them to their toes. We should make them accountable to their dealings and their activities. Then we should also, like I said the other time, that education plays a lot of role in how the citizens behave. Those of us that have that education, we should behave in orderly fashion and in a way that do not even put the state in further problems. We address the issue of climate change, the issue of people dumping refuse in gutters, citizens, engaging in activities that at the end of the day will cause problems that we will still go and cry back to the government to solve. Meanwhile, we were the genesis of such problems. So, as followers, we have our rules. We should not shy away from these rules. And as the government too, they have a lot to do to ensure that they set a conducive living environment for the followers. And I hope I've been able to answer your two questions, sir. Yes, sir. Now, the question of the security, the roles of these, they're not even yet, sir, but okay. Well, one thing I would like to say is that all security agencies, either military, paramilitary, added military, civilian military, uniform military, we should always uphold the rule of law. We should shun oppression, because a lot of people have seen that uniform as an opportunity to oppress other civilians. Then at that time, they should remember that it is a call to serve the people. The only reason why you are there is because the people need you. If you are in the FRS, it is because there are people that use the road that you have to safeguard. If you are in the army, it's because the country needs you to, the people in the country need you to secure its territorial boundaries and its sovereignty. If you are in the police, it's because the people need you to be there to save them from oppressions or civil unrest. So whatever form of the military or security agency you are a part of, know that you are there to serve them. Even if it's a voluntary military, you are there to serve the people. So, and you should treat those people with respect. And I will not but add that respect is reciprocal. While you treat the people with respect, the people too will accord you your due respect. Now to the final question. Please, have you gotten the questions from the Facebook and Instagram? You've forgotten them? Okay, there's no question. Right? Okay. Um, understanding. Okay, details. I'll just give the details of the event, what we are trying to do, and what we've been doing for the past 4 days. Now, this is a speech marathon that is intended to break Guinness World Record. But aside that, we are also passing a message. And according to the theme, Voices of Change Inspiring Solutions for a Better World, what I've been doing basically is that I've been speeches of inspirational leaders across the globe without limit to any continent of the world, without limit to any topic that is towards societal change, without limit to maybe from a female or a male speaker, without limit to to the image of the person. So our speeches have been diverse and they have been words of inspirations. So after reading these speeches of these inspirational leaders, I start lessons from these speeches and also call to actions, how we can apply those speeches from those leaders at that time, at that place, and relate it to our own present condition and situation at this time. So basically that's what we've been doing. Then intermediately, we've been having interactive sections. This is the second one for today. We will still have another one at night. Sometimes we have 4. We do. We have enough people. Like I think on Tuesday we had so many people stay overnight. So we also did at the midnight. So we do 3 to 4 interactive sessions so that it will not be just me passing information. I can get feedback from those speeches. I can answer questions, and then we can all be inspired together. So that is what we've been doing for the past 3 days. This is the 4th day, and tomorrow we'll conclude it after we've broken Guinness World Record. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, without wasting time, if there are no other questions. Now, let us go into the words of Professor Wole Soyinka on the topic, the past must address its present. Professor Wole Soyinka. Introduction to the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, let me honor one of Africa's most decorated and distinguished liberal figures, a courageous voice of truth and justice. Wole Soyinka, on this auspicious occasion, of the Nobel Prize lecture on December 5th, 1986, the first African to receive the Nobel Prize in Literature, imparts profound wisdom and will transcend borders and generations. With eloquence and intellectual prowess, he shared insights onto the roles of the writer as a custodian of history. Please let me tell them downstairs that they are disturbing us. Yeah? Yeah. Through his words, we are invited to journey into a world where the past engages with the present, where literature intertwines with activism, and where hope and resilience triumph over oppression and despair. Let us now embark on this enlightening odyssey as we dive into Wole Soyinka's Nobel Prize lecture. This past must address its present. The speech is sourced from the Nobel Prize organization. The speech. A rather curious scene, unscripted, once took place in the wings of a London theatre. At the second time as scheduled, performance was already presented on the stage before an audience. What happened was this: an actor refused to come on stage for his allocated role. Action was suspended. A fellow actor tried to persuade him to emerge, but he stubbornly shook his head. The struggle ensued. The second actor that hoped that by suddenly exposing the reluctant actor to the audience in full glare of the spotlight, he would have no choice but to join the cast. And so he tried to make the delinquent actor by surprise, pulling him suddenly towards the stage, but did not fully succeed. So a brief but untimely struggle began. The unwilling actor was completely taken aback and deeply embarrassed. Some of his tosses were quite visible to a part of the audience. The performance itself, it should be explained, was an improvisation around an incident. This meant that the actors were free within the convention of the performance to stop, rework their any part they wish, invite members of the audience on stage, assign roles, change costume in full view of the audience. They therefore could dramatize their wish to have that uncooperative actor join them, which they did in gusto. That actor had indeed left the stage before the contentious scene began. He had served notice during the rehearsal that he would not participate in it. In the end, he had his way, but the incident proved very troubling for him for weeks afterward. He found himself compelled to puzzle out this clash in attitude between himself and his fellow writers and performers. He experienced, on the one hand, an intense rage that he had been made to appear incapable of confronting the stark reality. Made him to appear to suffer from interpulsive causes. To seem embittered by a cruel reality, or perhaps to carry his emotional involvement with an event or so far to interfere with his professional will, or of course, he knew that it was none of these things. The truth was far simpler. Unlike his colleagues together. Please let me tell them downstairs that this thing is stopping us now. Someone should go downstairs. Razi! Please go downstairs. It's stopping us now. They are not stopping us. The question was far simpler, unlike his colleagues together, with whom he shared unquestionably the same political attitude. Together, with whom he shared unquestionably the same political attitude towards the event which was being represented. He found a mode of presentation at war with the ugliness he tried to convey, creating an intense disquiet about his presence on that stage. In that place, before an audience whom he considered collectively responsible for the demonizing activity. And now, let us remove some of the mystery and make that incident a little more concrete. The scene was the Royal Court Theatre, London, 1958. It was one of those Sunday nights which were given to experimentation and innovation that remarkable theatre managing director, George Devine, whose creative nurturing radicalized British theatre of that period and produced later icons like John Osibor, N.F. Simpson, Edward Bond, Arnold Whiskey, Errol Pinter, John Arden, etc., and even forced the then conservative British palate to sample stylistic and ideological pride like Samuel Baptist and Berthold Brecht. On this particular occasion, the evening was devoted to a form of living theatre. The Mayfair was titled 11 Men Dead at Olam. The actors were not all professional actors, indeed, they were mostly writers who joined, created, and performed these dramatic pieces. Those the long political memory they call that book at Ola Camp, Kenya, during the Mau Mau liberation struggle. The British colonial player believed that the Mau Mau was dismatched by heading Kenyans into special camps, trying to separate the hard cases and mere suspects and find culprits. They had all neatly worked out. On such camp was Ola camp, and the damn incident involved the death of 11 of the detainees who were simply beaten to death by camp officials and warders. The usual query set up, and it was indeed the report that provided the main text in which the performance was biased. We now need to go into identify the reluctance. We need now only to identify the reluctant audience. If you have not guessed that by now, it was not none other than this speaker. I recall the occasion as vividly as actors are wont to recollect forever and ever. Frightening moment of a blackout. When the lines are not only forgotten, but the moment of the play. The role which I have been assigned was a camp guard. One of the killers were equipped with a long night stick, and the narrator read the testimony of one of the guards. Our task was to raise the coded slowly and almost ritualistically, bring them down on their necks and shoulders of the prisoners. Under orders of the white officers, the solution, even in the Yaza, it was clear that then put out to be a solid taboo. The narrator at the lantern under a spot, a passionate reading, deliberately clinical, letting the shark reveal the state of mind of tormentors and victims. A small ring of white officers who sees a congo from one of the wonders to demonstrate how to beat a human being without leaving visible marks. Then the innermost comes of the tunnel. Then only weapon, non-violence, are taking their decision to go on strike. Refuse to work unless they establish better camp conditions. So they scattered on the ground and refused to move. Locked their hands behind their knees in silence and defense. Orders were given, internal ring of guards. The black move lifted the bodies by hooking their heads underneath the armpits of the detainees, carried like tools of purification to one side, divided them into groups. The faces of the victims were impressive. They are resolved to offer no resistance. The beating began, one on the left side, then the other, the right arm, the right, the left, forth and back. Rhythmically, the codes swing in unison. The faces of the white guards glow with professional satisfaction. Their arms gesture gladly from time to time, suggesting it's time to shift to the next batch or a little bit in more severely on the neglected side. Types of image: a fluid near ballistic scene. Then the contract, the earlier official version announcing how the prisoners were supposed to have died. This claimed that his prisoners had collapsed, that they died after drinking from poison water supply. So we staged that also. The prisoner filled to the water wagon gas finished test. After the two had been drunk and commenced, and while commenced their pain, this man grant took shots, took rushed to stop the others, but they were already with it taste. Fought their way past salvation and drank quickly in the same source. The groan spread from one to another, debating the collapse, then agonized them till this was the passion of the camp governors. The motive was simple. The theoretical format, a tired and tested one particular to a particular convention. What then was the problem? It was one. I believe that affairs most writer when his play acting revoked by reality, when is functionalizing presumption. What happens after play acting? One of the remarkable properties of the particular theoretical convention I have just described is that it gives off a strong odor and perenniality. That feeling of I have been there before. I have been here, I have been a witness to this. This past and not its present. In such an instance, that sense of perenniality can serve both the exorcism, a certificate of release, or indeed, especially for the audience, is prolific. You must bear in mind that at the time of presentation to the major part of this event, every death of a freedom fighter was a notch on the gun. The death of a field, an animal, a bestial mutant, or a mutadon of a pirate. We know also, however, that such efforts can provoke changes, that an actualization of the statistical journalistic footage can arousal refusion in the complacent mind, leading to the beginning of a commitment to change, redress. And on this occasion, angry questions had been raised in the Houses of Parliament. Liberals, humanitarians and reformists are taking up the cause of justice for the victim. Some have traveled to Kenya to obtain details which expose the official lie. On this occasion, angry questions had been raised in the Houses of Parliament. Liberals, humanitarians and reformists are taking up the cause of justice for the victim. Some had already traveled to Kenya to obtain details which expose the former official lie. This profound unease which paralyzed my creative will, therefore reached beyond the audience, and finally I traced it to the root of my own feelings of assaulted humanity, and its clamor for a different form of response. It provoked a feeling of indecency about the presentation rather than the deformed arm of a leper that is thrust at the LD to provoke a charitable sentiment. This, I believe, was the cause of my intangible but totally visceral rejection which thwarted the demand of my calling, rendered it inadequately and mocked the empathy of my colleagues. It was as if the human totality of which that sin was a mere fragment was saying to us, kindly keep your comfortable sentiments to yourself. Of course, I utilized that episode only as an illustration of the far deeper in internalized processes of the creative mind. A process that endangers the writer in 2 days. He either frees up completely or abandon the pen for days far more days of contesting unacceptable reality. And again, Holland Camp provides a convenient means of approaching that expert of my continent. Reality which, for us, whom it directly affects continent, the greatest threat to global peace in our actual existence. But there is a gruesome appropriateness in the fact that an African, a black man, should stand here today, and in the same year that the progressive minister of this host country was murdered. In the same year, Samora Michael was brought down on the territory of the desperate last-ditch guardian of the theory of racial superiority, which has brought so much mystery to our common information. However, the fact about Tolstoy's death, there are no question about his life to the racial oppression and the racial sector of humanity, only firmly pronounced and acted a decisive no. Perhaps it was those who were outraged by this act of racial treachery, who were myopic enough to imagine the death of an individual could arrest the march of his conviction. Perhaps it was sleeping yet another instance of terror outbreak that fixed shock of today. Not reason, it doesn't matter. An authentic conscience of what tribes has been steered, and the rest is both yours and mine. Samora Michael went down in as yet mysterious circumstances. True, we are still haunted by the nuclear accord, which neglected that earlier triumph moment on the African collective will. Nevertheless, these foe across the borders have good reasons to rejoice over his demise, and in this sense, his death is ironically a form of triumph for the black race. Is that perhaps too stark a paradox? Then let me take you back to Ola Camp. It is cattle which are objects to the stick or whip. So are horses, goats, donkey, etc. Their domination therefore involves them occasionally beaten to death. If after Ola Camp it is any indicable that it takes ingenuity of the most sophisticated electronic interference to kill an elephant-resistant fighter, the champions of racism are already acting to themselves what they continue to deny to the world. That they, white supremacist breed, have indeed come a long way to the definition of their chosen enemy since Ola Camp. They have come an incredible way long ago. Sharply, when they shot armed, they have come an incredibly long way of Sharpeville, when they shot unarmed, fleeing Africans on the grip. They have come to the very far since 1930, which was the first organized incident on the the first organization of many of the passes. Choose soldier African blacks decided to turn on. They have come very fast since 1930, when at the first organized instance of the version of the burning of the sessions, the African blacks decided to come. The South African blacks decided to turn Dindan's Day, named for the defeat of Zulu's leader Dindan, into the prophet against Zulu. Not say they backed it up with Scorched Earth campaign, which dispersed thousands of animals from their normal environments. I'm sorry for the internet. They backed it out with Scorched Earth campaign, which dispersed thousands of animals from their normal environments. Victims of imprisonment and deportation are named at 1930. Repression was some spontaneous protests against the native pass law. 1919, when the police embarked road spontaneous no. When the police merely rode down the protesters on horseback, whipped and stabbed them, chased and hurried them like a straight goat and rode castle. From street corner to Eshid Lodge, every act of terror, every act of race, every act of racial crime, with its vastly increasing sophistication of style and emancipation. In human laws, it itself an acknowledgement of improved knowledge and respect for the potential of what is feared, and an acknowledgement of the sharpening of tempo of triumph by the victimized. For there was this aspect that struck me most favorably, most forcibly, whether outlisted or being through their efficient attachment of the ongoing massacre. It was then at no point did these white overseas actually experience the word otherness of their victims. They clearly did not experience the clearly of the other woman, other human being. Animals, an onyxious form of vegetable life, but entirely more form. Did not speak here of any colonial values. The ones who speculated that the ones suggested were subject. But indeed, there are some agents whose though carried out others like to joking artists of the white continent, like the perhaps well, what? Here, for example, is one frank admission for enlightenment, even was not until my last year in school that it occurred to me that these white people, I can open. There were in my law. The speaker who already mentioned, which is this the term work and miners who are already in their containment reality, which for us it was already it already affronts the constituent the greatest gist of global society and most of this. In the same year that the same program in the same year with the precious for there is a gorgeous appropriateness in the fact that an African, a black man, should stand before today. Okay. To the racial oppression of a large section of humanity, Olaus firmly pronounced and acted a decisive no. Perhaps it was those who were outraged by this act of racial treachery, who were myopic enough to imagine that the death of an individual would arrest the march of his conviction. Perhaps it was simply yet another instance of serial epidemic that fits today in shock. No reason, it does not matter, an authentic conscience of the white tribe has been suited, and the loss of both yours and mine. Samora Michael, the leader, had once placed this country in a war footing against South Africa, went down in a yet mysterious circumstance, yet are all still haunted by Nkomatic Accord, which neglected that earlier triumphant movement of the African collective will. Nevertheless, its folds across the border allowed injection to injecting over its dismissal index. And in the same way, it's perhaps too stark a paradox. Then let me take you back to Ola. Then let me take you back to Ola camp. It is cattle which are object to the stick or whip. So are horses, goats, donkey, etc. The divination therefore involves being occasionally beaten to death. If 30 years after Ola camp, it is at all thinkable that it takes ingenuity of the most sophisticated electronic interference to kill an African resistance fighter. The champions of racism are already admitting to themselves what they continue to deny to the world. That they white separatists breed have indeed come a long way in their divination to choose enemies since Ola camp. They have come with incredibly long way since Chappellville when they shot him fleeing Africa in the back. It's not until my last school in the school that it occurred to me that these black people, these voters, these are a very way concerned between the should support. One that one I profess or that they had any role to play in the great social revolution in which this they seem to be eminent. The workers who were destined to inherit the new world show naturality. The government had cut their heads. from their normal, who organize the workers who were destined to inherit the new world were normally the organized carpenters and bricklayers. The labor workers and miners who are organized in their trade and who voted for the Labour Party. I would no more have thought of discussing politics with a native youth than inviting him club to play with me or to meal or ask me something to join the Carnavio Football League. The Africa was a very different plane, hardly human part of the scene as were dogs and trees and more remotely cows. I had no special feelings about him, not interest, nor hate nor love. He just did not come into my social picture. So completely I had accepted the traditional attitude all the time. Yes, I believe that this self-analysis by Ed Rex, the Afrikaner political rebel and scientist remain today, the flat, unwavering truth of the majority of the Afrikaners, no special feelings, no truth, no of no hate, are the result of a leftover of a complete acceptance of traditional attitude. The passage captures a mind's racial tabula rasa, if you like. In the first place, as the like, it is exposed to air, fresh air, and we all know now in the 1968 setting that after an entirely fresh or direct imminent exposure, since that competition, that first rejection of the dehumanizing labor its place in the native past law. Every lot, like hundreds, even thousands of countrymen, soon made rapid strides. His race has produced its list of minds in the course of non-regionalism. Once, remember, still in a tiny play, new destroyed by a letter bombed by the long arm of Apartheid. There are others by a letter bomb delivered by the long arm of Apartheid. There are others, Andrew Brink, Abraham Fisher, and Ellen Usman. Brides were with the sounds of mother and sister. They come to that point where the social energy, where scientists playing working men, politicians. They walk to the point where a social reality can no longer be observed as a culture on a slide beneath the microscope, nor turned into an aesthetic operation on pages, covers, or on the stage. The blacks of the course are locked into an ambiguous condition. On this occasion, I do not need to address us. I know and will embrace our ambition. It is our I don't need to address this. I know we address our mission and this on the other hand, this representative. These two specifically who with shameless smugness invented and made moral prosecution that enabled them to upload another in the language of parallel sex fluencies. Personally, I find sanctions morally repugnant. Or you might, or what shall we say to another leader of whom she economic sanctions which work against our European country will not work in the apartheid slave of South Africa? That's master of historics who takes up the word hearing always to sing. Let blower be, but turns off his hearing when the word shouts, let Naka Nakarag be. But enough of this word, leaders of double talk and multiple moralities. It is blasphemy to any mind that pretends to the slightest response to nationality. It is truly formidable and baffling. Can the same terrain of phenomenal assassination, that is one who possesses evidence of a capacity to trace links without into implication of Buddha the Douglas William so big sound so clearly spelled out the 1970 and the burning of the press. Only a troubleshooting event of no event significant. Some atavic bugs is at work here. Which device is we have to ask ourselves then, what event can speak to such people of bread of people? How do we activate that professor which houses historic comprehension and development? Is it possible perhaps with event gatherings such as this might dare we skit the edge? Dare we skit the edge of obvious and say to them, take a good look, provide your response in your anxiety to prove that this moment is not possible. You had killed, named, silenced, tortured, exiled, debased, and rehumanized hundreds of humans escaped in this very scene, covered in such air. African scientists and writers would have stood here by now if you had had the missionary to educate the rest of the world on the great value of multiracial society. Jacob surely answered to this surely a study of disobedience of Africana literature in a state. Given as a perspective of the event, I think it can justify being said that at the core of the matter, Afrikaner leaders in 1924 took the wrong turning, themselves the victims. Themselves the victim of the imperialism in most aspects. All their suffering and enormous loss of life divinely failed to convey to them the obvious theoretical lesson. They could tell they could well have set their faces against annexation, aggression, colonial exploitation, and oppression attempt against a barefooted craze of your. They could have opened the doors to human ideas and civilizing processes and transform the great meeting with its calculated resources into another world. Instead, they deliberately set the clock black wherever your shoes, talking about Well, perhaps delay against Qatar and India and this why you even well, perhaps the war against Qatar and Dinga and Dixayo, even the great Tok were then too fresh in the later memory. But we are saying that over a century has passed there, a century in which as the world had learnt in comparison limbo with past and present. Yes, at least 3 years, 3 centuries. Even the gates when they went fishing. Yes. Well, perhaps the story. Well, perhaps it's, and we have seen the potential of man and woman of all races contend with the most jealously guarded sovereignty of nature and cosmos. In every field, both in humanities and sciences, we have seen that human creativity has confronted and tampered the austerity of its environment, adapting morality, converting, harmonizing, and even subjugating, triumphing over areas and resuming the surrendered faith when man has had time to lick his wounds and listen again to the horns of his breath. History distorted. The opportunity rendering of history has been cleansed and restored to truthful reality because transcenders of the history the of the history of others have discovered that the further they advance, the more the very progress was checked and vitiated by the lacuna they are purposely inserted in the history of others. Self-interest dedicated yet another round of revisionism, slightly niggardly succession to begin with, but a breach has been made in the dam and Avanci proven the logic progression. From the art of judges, even before the aid of the high precision cameras mounted on orbiting satellites, civilization has resurrected, documenting their own existence with unaccessible iconography and art. More amazing still, the record of the unaccessible iconography art. More amazing still, the records of the ancient voyage, the merchant adventurer of the age when Europe did not yet require to dominate territories in order to feed its industrial mills. Those objectives rentals of mariners and because of the archaeological remains confirmed so badly. They spoke of living communities which regulated their own lives, which had evolved a working city. Now, which ministered to his own hands and secured their future with this narrative occurs for This narrative uncrushed by the impure motive which needed to mystify the plain self-serving rush to dismantle independent society for easy plumbing. They counted accusing figures on erring in the direction of saying servants, philosophers, scientists of human and the Guggenheim is an interesting Globalism is a notorious name, but not very student of European today thought that even us Africans will call it surveillance. Were these unabashed theories of racial superiority and the creators of as for the more prominent names among the Tories evolution and we withdraw the curtain of extenuation on their in any case, the purpose is not really to indict past, but to summon it to the attention of a suicidal and anachronistic present. To say that mutant present, you are a child of those centuries of lies. Distortion of nepotism in nine places, even before the holy of the holiest, and but the child, nevertheless, I'm to say the wherein then lies the surprise that we, the victim of the intellectual dishonest of others, demand from the world that is finally coming to itself in measure of expiation. Demand that it rescue itself from concrete acts, from the stigma of being the willful parent of minority, especially as a monstrous child still draws material nourishment. Therefore, both an human recognition from the strength and levels of that world with an umbilical cord which stretch around Lagos often occurs the causes so if we are saying very simple but very urgent, yes. Let it collapse, torn of its external substance. Let it collapse of its own social disequilibrium. Let its external substance, let it collapse of its own social disequilibrium. Let economic lopsidedness, let its war of attrition on its own most productive labor. Let it wither like an absorbed photos of human focus. Let it absorb like smoothie, like human, like this father society is that is south part a games on human intelligence. Listen to this story when the whole world emancipated it. Nelson Mandela in blackface. What can the writer do to protect his own humanity? Self-improvement on the radio between Sheffield and Von Branskin. Very nice consideration, almost benevolent the spatial of the first. This word, which is so conveniently traced by apartheid, thought, of course, that I so ardently embrace, and this is my choice among several options, of the significance of my presence. It is a word that nourishes my being, one of which is so sufficient, so repart in all aspects of uh, so confident in itself and its destiny that it experiences no fear in reaching out of reaching out to action. If it were, we would have so easily understood the enemy on our doorstep. Now, however, how to obtain the means of to disarm him. When this society, which is apartheid South Africa, indulges from one time to another to the outside world, it represents the last born patterns. This apartheid insists to the world that it's a picture of the of which only is a picture which only exists. Its portraits casts it's a contaminant which everything positive in the book of knowledge. It is a certain amount of truth of a series of superlations valuing Jesus. Even in the mindless liberal WhatsApp, regrettable but forgettable charities, how many me buy food come for an obvious reason. For at least some day from force of which you set up. However, the modest liberal somewhat grateful but contagious elaborate. Even this advance its case and its back of law. With this, any arbitrary concept between the human and the collective. Even the modest liberal, somewhat regretful but contented apologies of the apartheid for a quest some full of attitude, which is not apartheid but ensures the status quo. Even this ambient breed basis it bases on its back on the of law in the back. But I need only to refer to recent contribution to this literature in form of an autobiography by famous art transplant Snojian, one who, in his own scientific right, has probably calculated being a candidate of the Nobel Prize in the sciences. Despite constant intellectual encounters on levels level, South phenomenon persists, and African minds, which in their words of Herodes Parks, and a product of the complete acceptance of the traditional attire of the time. They have already acknowledged quite acceptable intellectual association for the decides where you attain the realization of any substantiate objective exercise as for example, God or law, in which the man reveals his acceptance is acceptable, in which he realizes his own being. Is this mission? He continues, the distinction between himself as an individual and the universality of his essential being. The African in the uniform underdeveloped area, oneness of his existence has not yet attained, so that he knows the absolute ring, and outer and higher than individual set is entirely wasted. Further to waste a moment to filter the opinion on truthfulness of this calm, I concert myself with extracting from one only a lesson which escapes even today, whose only insists that the pinnacle of man's intellectual test is the capacity of his project in the direction of super other. This is, I believe, a very old school of thought, which is not only opposes materially but also produce effectively surrounded societies which operate independently of this suggestive, even productive, inspiring but excavative. Also, I have thus overcome the temptation to contest the denial of this fit for imaginable benefit production to the African. We find ourselves left only in the dispassionate existence of alarming of what areas we encounter between the history of society according to Argue and Company. Never conceived of this omnibus extrusion into division. What we do is we come up upon a curious fact. We write a story. When we do this, we come upon a curious fact, the pre-colonial history of African society, and I prefer to both Euro-Christians and Arab Islamization indicates very clear that African studies never had anything of that existence going to war with another over the issue of their religion. That is at no time did the black race attempt to subjugate or forcefully convert others with any holier than though already distinct pattern of zoo. Economic and political motives, yes, but no religion. Perhaps this unusual fact was responsible for the conclusion of Argus. We don't know. Certainly the bodily stories of the world major religion, localized schemes of which extend even to the present, led to sneaking scorpion that religion was defined by the eminent philosophers comes to self-knowledge, only through the activity of war. When therefore outside of the place was new the small we therefore towards the close of the 21st century, that is, creatures after the Crusader and Jihad that laid waste another civilization, ancient, cohesive social relation and tramp upon the spirituality of entire people, smashing their corpses in abundance to the chosen of symbols. When people call encounter runes, whose social is getting theoretical claims that the era of the discussion is not continued. The state whose justification for the continued relation is a dude who constitutes the majority of the land rests on claims to drive selection is the amendment to okay. We also have our myths, but we have never employed them as the modern word. We also have our myths, but we have never employed them as a base of the conjugation for the others. Also, we also exhibit a realistic word. However, and for the recovery of the fullness of that word, the black race is not left other than to prepare itself and volunteer this. In speaking of word, both might and in reality, it's our duty, perhaps our very last duty, to a doomed enemy, to remind its supporters outside its boundaries that the phenomenon and the ambivalence introduced by the African world has a very long history, but that most proponents of the slanderous aspect have long ago learned to abandon the untenable. Indeed, it's a scandalous aspect. Have long ago learned how to abandon the untenable. Indeed, it's a probably even more penitent to remind this racial society that our African world, its cultural odds and philosophical thoughts have had concrete impact on the history. This is on fables are proven similar to the number of the human and even cheated the creator both fields and among the white stimulus. Such a variety of encounters and responses have been due, contrary to a profound searching of new direction in our cultural adventure, seeking solace to counter the remorse and mechanization of their existence, indeed seeking new messages for the mystery of life and attempting to overcome the social malice created by the very triumph of our own civilization. It is that it has led to a profound for the African contribution toward knowledge, which not however end in the habitual denigration of the African world. It has created in place a near deification of the African people, that phase in which primitive fear every African had to be a prince, which again was coupled with a response. Essentiality of our black being remains undoubted, for the black race knows and its content simply know what to do. It is who they even need to society is in the way to get to transcend. We can make use of the example of this period of European expressionism, a movement that saw African art, music, and drama share the same value sphere of influence as the most desperately alternatively incompatible operation of ideas, backbone, cocaine, and love, free love, which wonder then that the spiritual and classic presence of the Bakota Niba and the Red Dana, etc. She turned himself as source inspiration and the materialized of the medium that is where that was popular European Muslims and German Spanish people. And they have got the last one present here the language the vampire go on remain the complete liberation of man. That feeling of his yet untapped potential that could give Mabus works of the construction of the new world. The progressively existing construction of European thought and might fail to forge a new fatalities. Is being. Yes, it is a single movement that crowned the vast substance of human rights, fascism, anarchism, revolutionarism, industrialism. The fact that was Africa was and always sniffed at delicately system. Yes, within the civil movement that covered the vast spectrum of outright fascism, Nazism, and revolutionary communism, the entity that was African has always sniffed at delicacy, tasted, swallowed, entered, regurgitated, appropriated, extolled, and damned a revolutionary frenzy of a continent reimagined entities. Oscar Koko's self, for instance, for this dramatist and painter, African ritualism led many in the direction of sadism, sexual perversion, general self-gratification. It flowed naturally into a narcissism, apocalyptic summer, full of self-inducted excitement against society, indeed against the world. Vastly, Kadisi, on his part, responded to the principle of African by foreseeing a science of arts erected on body foundation which may be international in character, insisting that it is interesting but certainly not sufficient to create an exclusively European art theory. The art would then lead, according to him, to a comprehensive synthesis that will extend far beyond the confines of art into the realms of the oneness of the human and the divine. The same movement, whose symmetry will be due for celebration in European artist capital in the next decade or two, among several paradoxes, the phenomenon of European artists or later acknowledged giant stature like Picasso, etc., worshipping with varying degree of fervor at the shine of African and Polynesian artistic revelations. Even at Una Baker, in his expressionist delirium, sought to build a new world in the eradication of all plagues, including Negro tribes, fever, tuberculosis, venereal epidemics, intellectual, psychic defects. I will fight them. vanish them, vanquish them. And was it by conscience that the contemporaneous with the Steering Manifesto, yet another German enthusiast, Leo Frobius, with no claims whatsoever to be part of all, indeed having the least interest in exceptionist movement, was able to visit in Ife, the outline and cradle of the Yoruba race, and be profoundly stirred by an object of beauty, the product of the Yoruba mind, and a classic expression of a serene portion of the world resolution of that press and that his own words. Before us stood a head, marvelous beauty, wonderful cat in antique bronze, life, foot to the life, inscribed in a pinna of glorious dark green. This was indeed the Olokun Atlantic African Poseidon. Yes, listen to what he had to write about the very people whose handwriting had lifted him into the realms of the universal sovereignty. Profoundly stared, I stood for many minutes before the remnants of the sweet Eswite lord and ruler of the empire of Atlantis. My emperors were no less astonished, as though we have agreed to do so. We had our peace, then I looked around and saw the blacks, the circle of the suns, and of the vulnerable priest, his holiness and the honest friend, his intelligent officials. I have moved to silence melancholy at the thought that this assembly of degenerate and feeble-minded posterity should be the legitimate guardians of so much loveliness. A direct invitation to a free-for-all race for disposition justified on the grounds of the keepers of worthiness. It will cause all schizophrenic conditions which are mother to ends, the far more leather dark myopes of Van Lock live. For though the earthwise Nazi sympathizer would later run malediction on the heads of the more extreme narcissists of his countrymen. Lord, teach me to drink what's own is. Let me think, and then over it against dark, black, brown, white. Over this and its cause, I dare to call down judgment. Van Lagos' powerful epic Raka was granted a shun up the whistle symbols of primordial fears, a work of sin visceral impact operating on racial memory. It would feel the Afrikaner credo and the looming spree of a universal barbaric perception, bearing southwest on the club of the fifth horseman and the apocalypse, the back. I'll be going on a short break. I'll soon be back. there is a deep, there is a deep lesson for the world in the black trees. But this is the truth. I used to believe one, which I often think has much to do with the ethical process which spring from the words being an authentic religion. All of this is ever totally eradicated by the exclusion of foreign virtues and their implicit for not content with a residual one, no who did not hesitate to denigrate in such one who did not hesitate to designate in such uncompromising linguistic terms the artistic front of the black race, a belief which Hernandez himself observed Frobenius was always Endorius Prada, one of a long time of European analogy. For not context with being a racial surrender, one who did not hesitate to denigrate such uncompromising linguistic terms, the ultra fault of the black race, a belief which this neurologist himself observed. Feminist was also a nearest member, one of a long line of European archaeological readers. The Muslims of Europe testify to this insatiable lust of Europe, the frustration of ministries of culture and third world and organizations like UNESCO and continuing testimony about the tendency, even the resilient nature of your routine receiver of stolen goods. Yet, it is not amazing that Frobenius is today still honored by black institutions, black leaders and scholars. That is anniversary provide already skills and intellectual gatherings and symposium on the black continent, that this racial consolidation and such have not been permitted to obscure this contribution for their knowledge of Africa, or the role which has played in understanding the phenomenon of human culture, society, even despite of the frequent practice of his scholarship. It is the same largesse of spirit which has informed the relationship between today's extra-colonial nations. Some of whom have undergone the most cruel forms of shelter or plantation colonialism, where the human degradation that goes with greed and exploitation attain such level of perversion that human state is serve to atone for failures. Production quotas nations which undermines the agony of races whose earth flash teams is repetitive. Even sharing the control of their destiny with those barely 4 or 5 years prepare me to witness the massacre and their kids and kin. Over and above Christian charity, They are content to build and share. The spirit of collaboration is easy to dismiss the issues of their special special breed of leaders who settle for early compromise in order to safeguard for their own use the polished shoe of the departing of oppressors. In many cases, the result of this must be conceived, but we also have examples of regimes aligned to the aspiration of these masses. In the black continent, which have adopted the same political philosophy, and in many cases, the final arbiter are the people themselves. From this context, a lot of people, yeah, an option with observations such as obtain any reality, that obtain as good as it is, ranking that is a phenomenal words of not. There are, after all, European nations today use memory of domination by other races is so vivid more than 2 centuries after liberation that is terrible vengeance, culturally, politically, impact. At this very moment, some descendants of those that's why creators I have visited such nations whose crew mysteries under for the denomination. When it comes to daily consciousness movement, lacks in museums and churches, in documentation, road cuts, road graves display underwater bullets and let proof court cases. For most states can afford the reduction of the movement of the concurrent arms. The status of aliens. With reduced civic rights, privileges and social status, appeared intolerant marginality that expresses itself in the pathos of downcast faces, dropped soldiers and apologetic encounter of those rare times when I intercourse with them. And subtle grace is avoided. Yes, all this I have seen, and much of it has been written about the debate in international gatherings and why this man but wonder if a physical pound of flesh excited, but it's not a kind, it's not a kind of act that in lifestyle confronted with such traditions of annuities. Yes, all I have seen, and much of it has been written about and debated in national countries, even while some acknowledging the poetic justice of it in the abstract. One cannot help but understand if physical pound of flesh is a sort of the physical pound of flesh is at faith is not a kind at a lack of visitation. sin and much of it and even why acknowledging the poetic if the physically exercised at birth is not a kinder art than your lifelong visitation of the sins of the father on his sons, even to his 10th and 12th generations, confronted in such traditions of annihilating the racial and cultural pride of these marginalized or minority people. The mind back to our own societies where such casualties histories are far fresh in the memory, where the runs of former tribal communities still pick eloquent accusations and the film still rises from the scorched earth still speak eloquent accusations on the film still rises from the scorched earth strategies of colonial and racist myopia. Yet the streets bears the names of former oppressors, their status and other symbols of subjectifications are left to decorate as quest the consciousness of a fully confident people have educated and taken rooted this for part and requests. So the new generation fully browsed through the works of Proprius, of Homius, Begus, and another warning, another without first encountering the first stamped on the leaf over warning your work is dangerous for your ritual self-esteem. Yes, this yeah, this proves of accommodation on the grand or minimal scale, collective, institutional, or individual, must not be taken as proof of an limit. Uncritical capacity of black patients, they constitute, on their own nature, a body of tests, an accumulation of debts, an in-spirit offer that must be matched by concrete returns. They are blocks in unsuspended bridge begun from one end of a chasm, which whether the builders will not or not must obey the law or matter and crash down beyond a certain point, setting definitely into the widening chasm of suspicion, frustration, redoubled hate on the retesting ground, which for us is South Africa, that Medivh camp of biblical terrors, primitive suspicions. A choice must be made by all lovers of peace, either to bring it into modern world, into rational state of being within that spirit of human partnership, a capacity for which has been so army demonstrated for every liberated black nation on our not on our continent, or to bring it absolutely to its knees by rejecting it. In every aspect, our human recognition so it caves in internally through strategies of its embattled maturity. Whatever the choice, this inhuman affront cannot be allowed to pursue our 20th century conscience into the 21st, that symbolic coming of age, which people of all cultures appear to celebrate with rites of passage. That calendar we know is not universal, but time is, and so it is imperative of time and those imperatives that challenge our being, our presence, our human definition at this time. No one can be considered more preservative than end of racism, eradication of human inequality, dismantling of all their structures, the price of the consistent enrollment of its complements, universal suffrage and peace. And with that, I come to the end of Wole Soyinka Noble Lecture. This past must address its present. From Wole Soyinka's Noble Lecture, this past must address its present. Several lessons can be learned. The first one is the power of literature. Wole Soyinka emphasized the significant role of literature as a means of preserving history, culture, and societal memory. He sees literature as a tool to confront the present and shape the future. Writers have responsibility to use their craft to challenge injustice, expose the truth, and promote positive change. The interconnectedness of humanity. Soyinka reminds us that the struggles and challenges faced by one part of the world have ripple effects across the globe. Whether it is terrorism, piracy, or other forms of violence, these issues concern humanity as a whole. It calls for global solidarity and cooperation in addressing these menace. Confronting injustice. This speech advocates for relentless pursuit of justice, especially in societies where oppressive system and historical justice persist. Soyinka urges people to confront the shadow of their past and work towards a future of reconciliation, equality, and respect for human rights. The relentlessness of the human spirit admits the darkest moment of history. Soyinka highlights the relentless and the indomitable spirit of individuals and society. Through literature activism, people can resist drowning and find hope in the face of adversity. The power of art and creativity. Art and creativity can serve as catalysts for social change. Writers, artists, and thinkers have the ability to challenge prevailing norms, envision alternative realities, and inspire collective action. The need for continuous struggle. The speech emphasizes that the struggle for justice, freedom, and equality is ongoing and requires continuous engagement. The past shall be dismissed, but rather it shall serve as a foundation for confronting the present and shaping a better future. The responsibility of intellectuals. Intellectuals and thinkers have a crucial role to play in shaping the society. They must use their platforms to speak out against oppression, challenge ignorance, and advocate for positive change. So from Professor Wole Soyinka's address, we have different calls to action: advocate for human rights, stand against truancy, preserve cultural heritage, promote intellectual engagement, advocate for human rights, empower lecture and rights, embrace truth and reconciliation, engage in continuous struggle, support education and critical thinking, and foster artistic expression. And so with that, we come to the end of Wole Soyinka. The past must address the present. I welcome the Mr. Commissioner of Finance, Mr. Wale Akintewa. Thank you for being a part of us, sir. It's been a journey of over 88 hours, and basically we've been revisiting speeches of inspirational leaders, and we are deriving um, lessons from them, call to actions, as well as we've also been engaging on social matters that concern us as citizens of Indo State, and I've been here answering a lot of questions on how we can be the voice of change we want in our society, and we've had two sections already today, and we'll be starting the third one too in no distant time. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. I'm very, very grateful to have you. Yeah, okay. So the next speech we are visiting is Michael Johnson's message, advocacy, unity, and equality. And equality in that age. Michael Johnson's message, advocacy, unity, and equality in that age. Michael Johnson's message, advocacy, unity, and equality in that age. In a passionate and piercing address at the National Action Network headquarters in July 3rd, 2002, the legendary musician Michael Jackson, alongside fellow artists and music industry, he passionately advocated for the rights of artists and demanded better treatment, particularly for black artists, by major record companies. Through his reconstructed speech, we revisited Michael Jackson's powerful message, highlighting his heartfelt call for change, addressing the media manipulation, recognizing the distribution, the contribution of black artists, and emphasizing the need for utility and justice. As a third party and a lover of institutional changes, we present this speech to honor Michael Jackson's enduring commitment to these important causes. The source through Michael Jackson speech. I remember a long time ago in Indiana when I was like 6 or 7 years old, and I had a dream that I wanted to be a performer. An entertainer, and whenever I'd be asleep at night and my mother would wake me up and say, Michael, James Brown is on TV, I would jump out of bed just like and just stare at the TV. I'll do many twists. I'll do many twists, every turn, every bump, every grinding, and it was Jackie Wilson. The list goes on and just phenomenal, unlimited great talent. It's very sad that these artists really are penniless because They created a job for God. Was they bought a lot of cars. They also spent a lot of money. That's an excuse. There's nothing comparable to what. That's nothing compared to what artists make. All I just need you to know is that it is very important what we are fighting for, because I'm tired. I'm really tired for the manipulation. I'm tired of how the press is manipulating everything as spin, and they manipulate our history books. And they manipulate our history books. Our history books are not true, it's a lie. The history books are lies. You need to know that. You must know that. All forms of popular music, from jazz to hip hop to beat pop to, so you know I'm talking about the differences from cakewalk to just but challenging to breakdancing. All these are forms of black dancing. What's more important than giving people a sense of experiencing and experiencing meaning and entertainment? What would you like to see, to like without a song? What would they be like without a dance? Joy and laughter and music. These things are very important, but if they go into the back store down in the corner, you won't see one black person on the cover. You will see Elvis, you will see Rolling Stones, but where are the real prisoners who started it? What is black? What is black? Was a prolific, phenomenal writer. He wrote things of the great every person song ever, and was a black man who died penniless and go one thing. But it meant that they didn't write one book about him that he didn't know of, because I scratched about it and I met his daughter today. I was honored. To me, it was the same level of meeting the Queen of England when I met her. But I'm here to speak of all injustice. You gotta remember something. The minute I started breaking the old record, the record says I broke his record, I broke the Beatles record. The minute they became all-time best-selling album in the history of the Guinness World Record. Overnight they called me a freak, called me homosexual, called me a modern musician. Said I tried to bleach my skin. Said I did everything to try to turn public against me. This was a complete conspiracy to have conspiracy. You all have know that. Yes, I know my race. I just look in the mirror. I know I'm black. It's time for a change. And let's not leave this video and forget what has been said. Heart. Put it in your conscious mind and let do something about it. We have to. It's been a long time coming, and the change has got to come. So let's hold our touches high and get the respect that we deserve. I love you. I love you. Please don't put this in your heart today and forget it tomorrow. We have not accomplished any purpose if that happens. If this has got to stop, that's why I'm the best to make sure it stops. Love you folks. Remember, we are all brothers, and no matter what color our skins are. So these are the words of Michael Johnson's speech at the National Action Network headquarters. And we have so many lessons from this. First one, advocacy for artists' rights. Advocacy for artists' rights. media literacy, Michael Jackson, critique of media manipulation highlights the importance of media literacy. It encourages critical thinking and questioning of media narratives, emphasizing the next truthful reporting. Recognition of black artists. The speech draws attention to the significant contribution of black artists to various music genres and entertainment forms. Serve as a member of acknowledge and celebrate the culture of impact of black artists. Fight against prejudice. Michael Jackson. Personal experience with prejudice and further evaluation demonstrates the need to challenge and combat baseless standards and discrimination. Persistence in the face of adversity. Jackson's determination to continue his career on the road to justice. Despite facing immunity, it teaches us about persistence and relentlessness. Unity and equality. The speech promotes the idea that unity means an essential regardless of the race or background. It calls for solidarity among all individuals in the pursuit of justice. Awareness of music talent. Michael Jackson highlights the profound impact of music on society. Encourage us to recognize music and entertainment in our lives. Remembering pioneers, the speech underscores the need to acknowledge and remember the pioneers of music and entertainment who may have overlooked or marginalized. Inspiration for change. Michael Jackson called for change. Calls for change serve as an inspiration for individuals and communities to take action against injustice, discrimination, and manipulation. Sustaining commitment. The speech reminds us that advocacy and pursuit of justice require sustained, matured, and vengeance. It encourages us not to forget important issue once they are brought up. Akaja's speech at the National Action Network of December calls to action that are relevant to modern day. Advocates for artists' rights, support efforts to ensure free treatment. Advocates for artists' rights, for support efforts to support fair treatment, just competition, creative control for artists in the music and entertainment industry. Advocates for policies for practices that protect media literacy. As possible, promoting media literacy. Critical thinking and fact-checking to counter misinformation and sensation of the media. Celebrate diversity and inclusion. recognize and celebrate the contribution of artists from diverse backgrounds, particularly those from marginalized communities, embrace diversity and inclusion in all aspects of the entertainment industry, fight against prejudice and discrimination, continue the fight against prejudice, discrimination, faceless directives, support initiatives and organizations that promote quality and combat cases, support artists legacy, advocate for the recognition and preservation of the legacies of pioneer artists, especially those who may have been overlooked and marginalized. Support museums, archives, and educational programs that highlights their contributions. Use the power of technology for positive change. Recognize the power of entertainment and inspire positive change and social support. Support artists and entertainers who use their platform to address social issues and solidarity. Promote unity and solidarity among others of all partners. These are sustained commitment. Remember that like advocacy and pursuit of justice require ongoing commitment. Case for resistant voices of the girl child for our sustainable and equitable future. A case of resonant voice for the girl child for our sustainable and equal future. A case for resonant voice for the girl child for our sustainable and equal future. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants and honored guests, it is a great pleasure that I stand before you today to introduce a profoundly impactful speech that resonates I stand before you today to introduce a profoundly impactful speech that resonates with the very essence of empowerment, as quality and progress. The upcoming presentation delivered by the distinguished engineer from Wahid Adijoko, non-director of Nigeria Limited and Michael Mind Foundation encapsulates the build, the underlying underlies nature, in case of research voice of girl child for our sustainable speech. We embark on a journey that dips into the challenges, aspirations, and transformative potential of the girl child, and now our voice can achieve an incredible and flourishing world. This thought-provoking discourse originally delivered on the International Day of the Girl Child, October 11, 2000, calls for our collective attention and action as we seek to pave way forward a brighter, more inclusive future. Protocol. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Ondo State, Dr. Abiodun Emefa, Excellency, the first, Mr. Bamishimile, the Commissioner of Youth and Sport, Dr. Ken Delanda, the Commissioner of Women and Sports Education. Special response to the governor on matters. The Jewish guest on their table ladies. Greatest Nigerians, greatest backpack, greatest elections. Engineer Vatsuga Series very degree of public procurement. Thank the Most High God to be here today on the invitation of the good government of Ogun State to deliver message on concerning of the water state NZS of the water commiserate the international once and again the place and the lecture. The same of this year, my voice, our equal future, absolutely describe a major aspect of gender inequality faced in culture in our nation. So, topic, our girl, they're talking about new. Yeah. Before I go to the main subject, please permit me to tell us who a girl child is. A girl child has been described as biological female was pregnant from birth to 18 years. The age before one becomes a young adult, this period covers the crèche, nursery or 8 or early childhood, 6 to 8 years, and primary school, 6 to 8 years. She is also described as your daughter, your sister, your mother, your aunt, your grandmother, your friend. She is indeed you. She is the person girl. The girl, the woman during your infancy. Period through childhood, early and late adolescent stages of development. The girl child is totally under the care of her parents and a guardian and another sibling. She is very teachable during this period and develops a personality thereafter. She is very dependent. She is very dependent on the significant others, those in which she models her behavior through observation, repetition, and imitation. Physical, mental, social, and emotional development starts and progress to set to the peak at the young adult stage. Emanates quality of a girl child. Right from the beginning of the creation, God endows the girl child with unique qualities that can be looked and idea so it has the ability to impart and multiply. The qualities of our and in our office which makes us stand out. The qualities include not just the ability of self-esteem, self-worth, trustworthy, willingness to learn, the ability to love, good character, resilience, self-discipline, resourceful work ethics, stand up for justice, peace, nurturing, peace, stand up for peace, nurturing, dignity. These locked up qualities in the DNA of a child need to be looked through right training in a fertile and enabling environment. And examples of the notable women in our society who are doing great, including great every examples of notable women in society who are doing great, including great professionals like Prof. Bola Awi, Dr. Bola Kuchola. So I am able to say that the girl child who gave proper training is enabling environment and has capacity to do exploit in non-space in Nigeria from the technology, finance and RAM, investment, creative industry, education, policy, advocacy, space citizen. It is said that now make counterpart if our voice is not drawn, allowing her to have a proper training and right education. Essential challenges against a teacher. In spite of these steering qualities of the girl child, her voice is drawn and she and her life jeopardized that is impaired from showing her faults. The result of preference for the male counterpart. Gender equality is first and foremost a human right, and every girl child is entitled to live. Here we go. To live in dignity and freedom. Want and this note, I can also draw the attention of every woman child to a fundamental right to life. Girls' right to life is not respected as much in Kenya. More boys have been intentionally carried to them and the girls more frequently. There are various factors that contribute to this situation. One is wish. Wish is a strong in some country to wish is something that the daughter in some programs of another but new baby girls were killed if the child of the opposite sex was wanted. This practice is known as infanticide and mainly affect girls. Right to education. Over 96 million girls are currently illiterate. This is because in some countries these studies on newborn differentiate boys and girls. However, it seems like girls are born with a slight biological voice of in many developing bodies. This technique are more often deprived of medical care, good hygiene and nutrition, human genital mutilations as well, violation of girls' rights, Every girl, approximately over 3 million girls offered the same over this process. This can lead to massive health problems and further infection. Right to protection. Right to protection. Girls all over the world are victims of child marriage, forced pregnancy, trafficking, and sexual assault. Furthermore, it is important to highlight that domestic violence, which is in many places is considered a private matter, is most often suffered by the girls and women in the family. No to girls in war. Despite that one might think there are so many girls who join armed groups in times of conflict. In fact, it's calculated that there are over 300,000 child children in the world, and over 100,000 of them are girls. Most of them are raped because they want food and protection. However, they are often raped and sexually abused or suffered other types of abuse even after the conflict has ended. Roles of parents. Roles of parents and guidance in full development of the girl child. For a various society, our efforts should be channeled through equal training of the child. And the common saying is that when you educate, a man should educate one, but when you educate a woman, you educate a nation. So the education of the girl should be of benefits to the government, parents, the guidance to the parents and guidance. In the light of this, I want to suggest the adoption of the following 5 P's plan in the charge of our responsibilities to the girl child. Number 1, protecting human rights. When it comes to protecting rights, governments are called on to review national legislation, practices, and adopt scholars and abolish those doctrines against every child, girl child, and women. Laws program have explicitly exhibited and punished abuse because unpunished abuse must be put into place in terms of international agreements providing services. Abuse in lines of international agreement. Providing service. When it comes to providing service, the agreement calls for strong action to improve the quality and accessibility of service so that every girl child have prompt access. Every girl child have prompt access to service. Service to service regardless of their location, race, or income. This includes healthcare service, immediate and effective police responses, psychological support and counseling, legal advice and protection orders, shelter and social assistance. So, prosecuting offenders. When it comes to prosecuting of offenders, we must know that ending impunity implies that the law must be enforced. Every girl child and woman must have access to the police to file a criminal report and receive legal advice and protection orders. The response must be immediate, coordinated, and effective so that the crimes are punished and justice is secured. This is for true times of peace and conflict. There can be no lasting peace when a girl child suffers. There can be no lasting peace when a girl child suffers sexual abuse. Courts and the justice system must be accessible and responsive to criminal land matters relating to violence against girl child. Every girl child must be informed of their legal rights and supported for navigated legal system, and for this we need more women and prosecutors, judges, because we need that women serving on front lines of justice, strengthening justice of women, preventing abuse against girl child. When it comes to preventing abuses, we must address the root cause of gender inequality and discrimination. Evidence shows that where the gender gap is greater in the status of women's health, participation in the economy, educational levels, and representation in politics, women are more likely to be subjected to abuse. Especially important is economic empowerment is a protection strategy. This means that we need to take a long-term, systematic, and comprehensive approach that recognizes and protects every girl's child and human rights. We must promote a culture of equality between men and women through constitutional and legal reform, education, promoting access to quality education and empowerment. The girl child must be educated to acquire knowledge and skill needed to advance as status and social interaction and self-improvement. This prepare to face the reality in society. To conclude, I have shown that the girl child is violated and often suffer double discrimination for her age and gender. I also express the fact that she has great questionnaires locked in her DNA, which can be enhanced for development of the nation. Unfortunately, her voice is drowned in the sea of gender inequality. On this International Day of Girl Child, which zooms on their rights before and after emergence of crisis, let us take the following pledges. Let us ensure that the rights of the Nigerian women is being protected, that girls are at all times educated, that no underage girl is forced into marriage, and lastly that women get access to health care immediately they call for it. So that has come to the end of the speech by Engineer Mrs. Fumi Ayinke. Please, do you have any questions? Any question? Let us, it's like we'll move to the interactive section again. So, I'd like to throw the ground open for questions. The ground is open for questions.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are starting our interactive section now, and I would like to give you an insight of what we have been doing. This is Christopher Bayode Olusa from Ondo State, and he's going to be known. He's known by the world now. We started 2 a.m. on Monday, and we have 5-minute rest in 1 hour. That's the rule, 5 minutes. So sometimes we accumulate it in 6 hours, 30 minutes. So you have to do that, everything, eating and every other thing in just that time frame. And he has spoken about, read a lot of speech about inspirational leaders, motivational leaders, leaders who have been an agent of change in their world, in their generation, in their country. For example, we have spoken about Franklin Roosevelt, the former US president. We have spoken about Nelson Mandela. We have spoken about Martin Luther King Jr. When he talked about the three evils of society, even Martin Luther King Jr., the speech of I have a dream, which says, I have a dream that one day my people in the country will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I've spoken about the speech of former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. I've spoken about the speech of former Vice President Professor Yemi Oshibanjo, pathway to success. I've spoken about the inaugural speech of Governor Rotimi Akeredolu. I've talking about gender equity. I've talking about security. We are talking about economic information. We are talking about information. We are talking about technology. We have spoken about a lot of people, Fumi and Ike people in our state. We are talking about Honorable Bumitunji Ojo and the likes, various set of people. We have read speech about inspirational leaders. We are talking about Winston Churchill, we are talking about Ellen Johnson, we are talking about Malala and Mahatma Gandhi of India, which you are speaking about. People who are passionate about change, people who are passionate to stand for something, to stand for their people. And he's loaded now. When I mean he's loaded because he has gotten since 2 a.m. over 89 hours now, which in the next, let's just say, 15 minutes will be breaking the record of the present holder in 15 minutes time. So I want us to have interactive section we need, contributing, supporting, and questioning him. We are here, we want people to learn. We have talked about education. We've talked about so many things. Please, I'll be dropping the mic for people who are having questions now, for us to talk about that. And people who are going to support, we want to encourage us. We will appreciate forward if you are encouraging him, because he has to go. He needs to go. He's a person in Ondo State. We know us for knowledge as space centers in Ondo State, and I believe he's making us proud as a youth. Please, any questions? Thank you.
Sorry. When I came in, I was talking about, I heard him talk about how to discourage child marriage. Yeah, I think I'm right? So you can see, despite that despite the law putting in place on how to discourage child marriage, and all efforts by some government agencies, by some NGOs to discourage child marriage, we still find out that in our society they still practice child marriage from the northern parts of the country. So are we trying to say that these people, and we will see that some of them, those people that practice this child marriage, some of them are politicians. They are well educated, they are influential, they are rich in our society. These people are rich people. Are we trying to say that these people, they are more than the law that goes against child marriage? Or some people say their religion permits it. Are we trying to say that this religion is above our law here in Nigeria? Because I really have interest on child marriage. I think I will, with time, I will do a research. I've done some in the past, and I still have interest on doing more. I think just of recent, I wrote, and that is an article that talked about child marriage in northern part of the country and how to, discourage it and put an end to it. But my question now is this: these people practicing child marriage, are we trying to say they are above the law of this country? Or if they say it's their religion that permitted it, that permits it, is their religion above the law of this country?
Any other question? Please, does anyone have any other question? Child marriage
if I could reiterate about the question. You spoke about child marriage and people who are practicing it and using their laws or the religions or whatsoever backing it up. And if they are above the law of the country about child marriage. And I think that's the question that was asked.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, first of all, child marriage is the practice that, as an individual, I condemn it. It is something that is not supposed to be practiced by anybody who is in his right senses. Yes, I'm able to use that word. But it's so unfortunate that in this part of our country, in this part of our continent, in the northern part, they practice this openly without shame or in secret, and they do so on the basis of their religion permits it. Now, in as much as we condemn it, based on moral stance and its moral and its implication to the society, we should also look at the fact that what is the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria saying concerning it. Now, it is a pity that the Constitution, even the Constitution of the Child, is it the Child Act? The Child Right Act, the Constitution of a normal person, does not condemn the act. So, and that is why they have been able to be bold about it. So now, as individuals who want to be voices of change, you have seen it as something that is not acceptable, something that you feel that it should stop. I feel like the best way we can do it is to ensure that the Child Law Act condemns it and puts punishment and attach punishment to it, whereby perpetrators. So I feel like if we are serious about it, that is the next line of action, whereby we make our legislators to know that that is what we want. They should help us to put an end to that barbaric practice by some set of people. I think that's my answer, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this beautiful idea. I just want to make some contribution towards the issue of girl child and girl child. One thing that is so rampant in this part of this world today, especially this country, we are in Nigeria today, is child defilement, child exploitation, and undue assault of a girl child. You know, I want to comment what my friend here said earlier on. You know, because this thing, if you want to look at it very well, it's so rampant in the north, but it's so much rampant even in the south here. The difference between north and south is that north, they do it officially, but here we do it and we cover it up. For example, as a lawyer, I have seen a lot of things, even issue of defilement, assault. You know, you see an elderly person having carnal knowledge of a 3-year-old girl, 4, 5, 6. We have seen enough of this, and that's why even in those states today, they brought a law, VAPA law, which supports girl child. That even this act is an offense against the law, even to humanity. We are talking about morality. You're under morals. There is no thing a man, any lady at below 18 years old, you don't need to near that kind of person. But today we see it as fashion. Because I did a particular matter 2 weeks ago. It's a girl of 4 years old. We invited the parents. Even the parents said they don't want to do case. We were even the one begging, and that has been the problem in our society. I want to appreciate this beautiful idea, and I know let me add my own voice to the voice of change. And then after this program, the Lord will be correcting the society. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That was a contribution. Please, we are expecting more questions from our people. We appreciate the presence of Mr. Akifoloyin, aka Understivo. I saw him here. We appreciate the presence of, let me start, because Prince Ajagono is here. And we have so many princes in the house. Thank you very much for coming. Likewise, we are appreciating, okay, please, I want you to, prepare to ask more questions. I want you to ask questions. We need questions. Please, I want to have Professor Ibrahim Ajagono, the Deputy President, Caribbean Maritime University, Jamaica, is here. And the Akoko Youth PRO, Ajagono Adeni Adiola, I know the Akoko Youths are here, they are supporting. And I'm looking at some people coming in here. We had Naos leaders. So please, as I have spoken earlier on, we need people who can impact lives. It can be an agent of change. We can collaborate together, we can consolidate together. And these are people like CB Olusa and the team members. Someone who has a vision and has influenced another members of the team who felt society position ourselves as Ondo State youth that we can do it. So I want us to ask questions, contribute. If it's about security sector, it's about the judicial, legislative, the policies, government policies. It's about the private sectors too. What are the private sectors even doing more of what is expected? As a individual, are we patriotic enough? As a community leader, are we doing what is expected of us? Are the government doing that? Ask question. Is loaded and is here. Cutting across all sectors. Sports, because he's spoken about Toby Amoso and he has spoken about Davido and Two-Face Libya speech. They can make us proud. Which one of us can do that? Are we doing enough? Do you have a question, sir? Okay, sir.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Adekule Rushamulua. My questions is about this. Is about Ondo State in general. It has to do with the role of the oil-producing community in adding value to our economy, as a case study.
Oil-producing community
adding value to our economy. Now, even the economy we are adding value to, the government is not even giving back to the people. Is it the government policy that is not favoring us? Because I'm from oil producing local government, from oil producing community, most especially Ayetun community, who has almost gone to almost about 75% is in the sea. That government, as an agency, government is not intervening or affecting the people's life. They only bring palliative when it comes to when they see that the old people are crying and shouting, and the oil is being exploited from that place. The economy, the value the people are adding to the government of Nigeria and Ondo State, and the percentage that is coming to the quota of the state government, there's not a kind of mechanism of giving back to the people who their lands are producing oil. And the whole almost, we have the longest coastal line in Ondo State, and the terrain is going to an extension into the sea. I don't know if there are opportunities that discussions that can add value and that can bring development to such area. And me, I feel that if that the government are responsible and responsive to the yearnings and aspirations of the people. Down there are going to be a kind of value, more value they can add to the government, because there are a lot of resources that are coming from that area, even outside oil. But the people are no more comfortable with the setting of the government towards the thinking of the government towards them. I don't know if this forum can give a kind of talk, because a lot of people are watching all over the world who are also indigenous of that place. I don't know if this forum can provide opportunities, talking and discussions as we are doing now, that can bring peace and kind of realizing might to the people in that environment. Thank you and God bless you.
Yeah, okay, it's another question.
Please, question.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Yeah, my name is Prince Adeyinka from Crest FM, Malagbaka, Akure. Yes, my question will be totally different. What can we do in Nigeria so our judiciary, how the poor people can get justice? You understand what I'm saying?
I didn't hear you.
I said, what can we do in Nigeria for the poor people to get justice? You know, in the judiciary now, if you have a case now, if you don't have money, you will lose the case. What can we do for the poor people to have justice? Thank you.
Question. Question. Huh? Question. Or reaction? Wait, now go to that place. Question. Question.
Yeah, my name is Ajaguno Adi Ni Adiola. So I have this question from my uncle that I'm representing right now, Professor Ibrahim Ajaguno, Deputy President of Caribbean Maritime University, Jamaica. Now the question: authorities identify Nigeria trafficking victims, so human trafficking this time around, often exploited by Nigeria traffickers in countries in Africa, Europe, Asia, and Middle East during the reporting period. Media and government officials reported an increase in trafficking to the UAE. Criminal groups and brothel owners exploit Nigerian women and girls in sex trafficking within Nigeria and throughout Europe. So, there is an existing law to curb human trafficking in Nigeria. How do you think the government can strengthen the word strengthen? How do you think the government can strengthen this law so that human trafficking can be reduced in Nigeria drastically? Thank you.
Any other question?
Please, questions. He's loaded, he's fully packed. He's ready to, to explode and answer a lot of questions. Question. About gender-based violence, gender equity.
Let me,
Do you have anybody questions?
on those sides, in the oil community. So let's start answering the question.
Okay. Question?
Well done. My name is Dakibola Ishomoshalo. I'm a fourth level University of Medical Science student. Okay, so my question is about these abuse and everything. There was a case I heard that this mom, I think the girl is 17 years old and I'm a nursing student. So this girl is 17 years old and they came to the hospital and everything. But then the mom was not even ready to, she's not ready to open up. And because people that are abused, they are not opening up, they are just hiding. Some people are 70 years, they are under a man of 40 years, but then they are not talking and it's just like we are covering the wound. So because of this, these evil perpetrators, we are not exposing them. So they are just like we keep strengthening them because they feel like they can just get away with it. So as a country, what can be done? What's the way forward? Because really this thing is on the high side, honestly, because they are not opening up. They are just like, I know, no. What can be done? That's my question.
I hope you get the question. Yes.
Yeah, let's start with the oil producing local governments and oil producing areas and how they feel that they are not getting the dividend of democracy despite how significant their role is to the state, despite how much the state benefits from having that side as part of the state. Now, in as much as we will blame anybody or the government or we start accusing fingers, I know that previous governments have instituted an agency and it's still functional till today, and that's the Osopadec. And I believe that this agency is being run by people from that community, the oil producing local government and community. So, and I know that year in, year out, the government has statutory funds that are being allocated to that place based on percentage of revenue that is being allocated from the fact that we have that place in those states. So why is it that despite this intervention that has been in place, the people from that region still have this crisis? And if I tell you, I will say if people are supposed to be covering your people's eyes, because you are the ones managing these funds yourself. You are the ones that are supposed to be accustomed. The agency is totally for that local government and more specifically for the development of that community. Okay, I think SLO is added 2 local governments, yes, 2 local governments, and so, but you are not supposed to, your local government is not supposed to be having any issues. I feel like the money that is even allocated to that local government alone should cater for majority of the challenges that you guys are facing. So where are you getting it wrong in the oil producing area of the state? If you people are getting it wrong, that's my opinion. Because you have a body already, an agency that is funded, an agency that is supposed to cater for everything that is going on in that place. And unless if there are other things that we don't know as a public, and if you have access to those information, you can also share them. But the ones that we know is that you have Osopadec, and now Osopadec is being funded based on percentage. It's being funded based on how much the federal government is giving the state as a result of having areas like Ayetoro in the state. So why are you still having issues with say incursion? Why are you still having issues with inadequate schools, bad water and everything, when this agency is supposed to be providing these services? That agency is supposed to be like a government on its own for that region, aside even the local government council. So, but why are you still having that issues?
Why I asked the question as regards the challenges we're having, because a lot of people who is charged with that responsibility as governor of the state, I see it as an avenue to exploit and run away and steal our money, because they always put whoever they want to put as Osopadec chairman as a puppet, who may not be able to challenge them, because at every approval given by that commission must be approved by the governor. That is the act of the commission. And now, even the 13% derivations allocated to that commission is not well spent. It is everything that goes on in Osobade is at the discretion of the governor. Now, the government itself, even our environment, even in Ilajelu government and SLD, there is no state project. If you look at the budget, from 99, from the 2000 that the commission has been created till now, there is no state project in Ilaje and SLD, except NEDC. Now, the budget of the 30% derivation of the commission himself is being spent to other area of the state, because at the discretion of the governor. You can look at what Osobadek is doing, and they have no project for the last almost 6 years now.
And Osobadek is doing projects in...
It's not project, they don't have any project.
So where is the money going to?
We don't know. That is why I'm putting it, that is why I'm putting it in public.
We should start challenging and start asking now. That's
because the money is nowhere to be found.
But I'm not from that area. I mean, I said, me, I'm not from that area. I may not.
Yes, because I'm from that area. I'm raising it to the public that for you to also know that this is what we are facing.
And let's now start trying to channel our questions to the right places. I feel like if we have issues like, because honestly, I've always heard issues like nothing is going on in Nigeria, and I just always tell myself that because you have an agency already supposed to cater for your needs. That has always been my own. I don't join discussions like that. But now that you are saying that the agency has not been functioning, it means that it must be investigated. Abi?
Yeah.
Because it is clearly it is in the eyes of the public that it is getting money. So if it's getting money, where the money be going?
We don't know.
Let us.
That's why I'm proving to the public that we don't know where the money is going for the past almost 6 years, 7 years.
Let's ask questions. That's
why I want people to ask questions, because we want people to know that this is what we are facing in a larger Seldo. Because the money of the commission for over 6 years, we don't know where it's going to. There's no project anywhere. There's no project anywhere. I can mention from our boundary from Delta State to our boundary in Ogun State with Lagos State. There's no project.
Can we continue the conversation next week, myself and you? Yeah. And then we'll try to. I may not actively participate in it because I'm not from that area, like I said. But we'll definitely see what we can do to let our voice be heard. The only thing we want to do is just we'll make sure that we let them know that we are now talking.
I'm available.
The next question is justice for the poor. Yes. In our system of government, the judiciary is supposed to be the hope of the last hope of the poor man. Oh, my uncle that asked questions is not here again. It's supposed to be the final result, be the final destination of the poor man, but it's unfortunate now that justice is no longer served in Nigeria as it should. It is just so unfortunate that even the government is supposed to put in the courts people that render pro bono services to the poor, but you will be surprised that when you, how do they call them? There are like government lawyers that offer that services. They have a name they call them. Something. But it's just unfortunate that even when you consult those people to be your advocates, to defend your case, they will also charge you. They will charge you even more than, because they will not let you see that they will tell you that this thing is, you are going to jail. That they will not consult for you as a normal lawyer will consult for you, but instead they will not want you to see that they are the only one that can save you from your predicament, and it's just so unfortunate, and that is another form of corruption. The judiciary on its own is already corrupt, and now the people that the attorneys that are supposed to be working for the government for the people are also very corrupt. And in that aspect, I feel like we should just we should be hopeful that there will be a reform. Honestly, I don't know. But I feel like you raised up your hand. You also raised up your hand.
Please, have you answered all the questions?
Good evening. I will be reacting to the notion that the judiciary is corrupt. And I would just like to say our judicial officers are not getting enough credit. And there's something, because I'm a lawyer myself, and there's something lawyers do. When you take a bad case to court, you lose, then you will now come out to deceive the impressionable masses. Because whether we like it or not, cases are won on the merit and the demerit of your pleadings. And there are a lot of technicalities that because there's this particular case, the case of Honor versus State, where the Supreme Court held entirely that a judge can only adjudicate based on the evidence before him. Now you've approached the court without evidence and lack of even your case as a whole is very watery and nothing to write home about. The US, like in the ruling of the PEPC, if you read that judgment, one of the judges made an obiter dictum, and she said that the US expects the judges to go to the market, all the social media, to go and look for evidence for your case. You can't approach the court with very watery evidences and now expect the judge to go and manufacture evidence for you. And that I would just want to leave this admonition that if we have institutions, let's just respect our institutions, because emotions are too high in Nigeria, and when emotions are high, reasoning become very low. And that can also be linked to that case of Jam versus that Anambra girl. She came online, voiced her results, and started saying they gave her a bad result, and majority of Nigeria came together and they started lampooning the reputation of Jam. These are, to me, because if you check the docket of some judges, you will be seeing up to 400 cases in the docket of a judge. Our judiciary is not there yet. I would like to agree with the fact that our judiciary is not there yet, but we have come a long way from where we used to be. Although we can still do better, but we have come a long way from where we used to be, and we would like to say this as an admonition to lawyers, because in Yoruba we say "Orun yabo kì í ṣọ̀rọ̀ nìkan." If we keep lampooning the integrity of our judges in front of clients just to retain their money and all that, a time is coming when anarchy will reign supreme in our society. Thank you very much.
Do you have any addition to that particular?
Yeah, more questions, please.
There's questions I've answered.
Please answer.
Human trafficking. Yes. Human trafficking is one societal vice that Nigeria will continue to, all Nigerians may continue to remain victim if certain things are not put in place. The reason why people can be easily trafficked is because of their pursuit for greener pasture. If the country is, or if the nation is in a state whereby citizens can afford their needs as at when due, the pressure to go and look for greener pasture in another man's land will reduce. And when that pressure reduces, automatically human trafficking will reduce. Because ordinarily now, if you see a young girl of 22, 23, 24, probably should, or maybe 28, she just finished schooling, she has already probably moved out of her parents' house, she's already experiencing the hardship of the economic situation of Nigeria, and you offer her an opportunity to Europe. 80% of these women will not think of it twice. In fact, don't even mention country. Don't say I'm taking you to Sweden. Don't say you are taking you to Sydney. Don't say you are taking you to Poland. Don't say Italy. Just say can you be ready to go to Europe in 2 weeks' time? I can tell you that 80% will not even think of it for 10 seconds, and they will give you an answer. Because of the desperation to get greener pasture. And that is what these evil people have used as a means of enticing the Nigerian people. They are baiting, or they are feasting on that desperation. You know, it will show us that even there's this country, Guinea-Bissau. They are deceiving a lot of Nigerians that they are mining gold there. See, Guinea-Bissau, it's not far. They'll tell you that it's 900,000. You will be there, you will start mining gold, you become a rich man, and meanwhile they are just trafficking Nigerians there. They deceive them, they get there is no job. And the worst thing is when they now get the announcement that they have been deceived, they will now, they will now find a way to convince them. Those people will now still come and be calling people in Nigeria and be telling them that same lie. Still sending that same message. There is good there, we are already rich, I just get there in 3 weeks, the same messages, and they are pulling people to that place to go and suffer out of the desperation of Nigerians to get pregnant pasture. So the government if the government wants to reduce human trafficking, the government has to stabilize the economy. The government has to make Nigerians reduce, like the pressure on Nigerians to japa is just too high, and people can use any means. So the government has to, like I said, stabilize the economy, make it conducive. Then anybody that says, you want to leave, at least I'm telling you, it's going to reduce human trafficking. It's going to reduce human trafficking. Or how many times do you hear that Europeans have been trafficked to Nigeria, to Africa? It's not the other way around. Because the way they want to come and do it, how would you deceive them to Africa? So, and the last question, way forward regarding I think, was it rape or sexual abuse? Well, I don't know why they have always people have always talked about the issue of not covering these sexual offenders, like expose them, and it seems like the more people are saying it, the more people are resenting, because I know a lot of people that there was a time when I started my previous student account, like you just see message, something, okay, oh yeah, go to next hospital, go to next hospital, get evidence, go to police station, do this, oh yeah, what's up, What have you done? I went to hospital. Have you gone to the police station? I want to go, but I cannot go. I'm afraid. And then before you know, they are not talking anymore. So the more people are crying and advocating that sexual offenders should be prosecuted, the more the victims are resenting. Now, I don't know, is it that stigmatization is something that people fear that much? Because honestly, people are crying every day. We have foundations that have dedicated their organization to that advocacy, but still, it is rare for you to hear that the court is prosecuting a sexual offender, and these cases happen every day. So. Maybe I will say now we do ourselves. I don't know. I think I saw one hand. You want to say something? Hello? Hello? I thought you raised up your hand. Huh?
No. Who is?
Okay.
First now. Okay.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Otumba Gwegalawan. I just want to ask about the economic situation we are in Nigeria. Because our leaders are promising us that they want to equivalent $1 to a naira in Nigeria here. Please, I just want to flag light about it. Is it going to work? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Prince Oluboyo of Amidele. What I just need about our leader, they have to stabilize the economic of Nigeria because our economic are already man down. And the issue of Japa or no Japa is another way to make in Nigeria as a trade. If our economy is better, not such thing will not happen. But what can we do? What can we do? How can we quit that? How can we fight that? And I want the audience to know about that. Good evening.
Good evening once again. Permit me to say this here because let me seize this opportunity to hear my own plight as regard the recent LCDA that has been passed to law by Ondo State government and how our people in the Akoko region has been shortchanged. I am Adeni Ajaguno Adeola by name. Permit me to begin this way. As at 2006, which is still the current census figures that is recognized in Nigeria, the population of the 4 local governments in Akoko land is 701,113, while the population of Owo and Ose local governments is 363,787. That is 363,787. Going by that, why Akoko, which is 4 local governments, were given 9 LCDA against Owo, which is 2 local governments that were given 8 LCDA. Going by landmass, the 4 Akoko are more larger than Owo and Ose. So